Imagine a world encased in ice, a place where the very air threatens to solidify in your lungs. Forget the gentle turn of a faucet. Forget the endless, thoughtless flow. Here, water is a hard -1 treasure, measured in sweat and risk. Winter is not a passing season, but a permanent state of siege. The sky hangs low, a ceiling of relentless gray. Forests stand as frozen armies, their branches heavy with glass. Rivers surrender, becoming silent roads of solid white. Your breath crystallizes the moment it leaves your lips. This is the Siberian frontier of centuries past. Survival is a language written in chipped ice and aching muscles. Each dawn brings the same silent alarm thirst. You awaken in a room so cold the walls seem to breathe frost. The memory of summer is a faint, almost heretical dream. An empty pot sits by the hearth, its bottom glazed with a thin, deceptive skin of ice. Yesterday's ration is gone. The day's first battle announces itself without sound. Moving is an act of defiance against your own body. Stiff frozen course will become a second, frozen skin. Boots resist like blocks of wood, leather protesting with each first movement. The door is a barricade of frost and timber. It yields with a crack that echoes in the still. Pre-dawn darkness. Outside, the world is a steady and monochrome. White snow, gray sky, the black skeletons of trees. It does not merely surround you, it invades. It bites at exposed flesh, seeps through layers, settles in the marrow. The path to the river is a trench, carved by countless desperate journeys. Your own footsteps from yesterday are already ghosts beneath fresh powder. And every step is a negotiation with the deep, unstable crust. No finds its way to every crevice, melting on dry, freezing against your skin. On your shoulder rests an axe, its handle worn smooth by generations of grips. A wooden bucket and a length of rope complete your tools. These are the instruments of your daily liturgy. The forest passes in a hushed procession of ice-laden birch. They chime softly, a fragile music speaking of wind and temperature drop. You have learned to translate this frozen language. It tells you whether the cold will deepen or hold steady. The riverbank appears, a sharp white line against the white expanse. You stop. This is the moment of assessment, a silent prayer. The ice is a living, shifting entity. It groans, it cracks. It holds secrets of currents far below. The community ice hole is there, but winter has been at work overnight. A new layer has crept inward from the edges, a translucent lid slowly closing. Shoe nail. The cold immediately burning through your layers. The first strike of the axe is a punctuation mark in the silence. The impact shivers up your arms, a familiar jarring ache. Chips fly, glinting like dull diamonds. You work in a rhythm born of pure necessity, not too hard, not too soft. A measured violence against the frozen surface. Then, a sudden quilling, black water surges up, shockingly liquid in this solid world. You must move quickly now. The bucket plunges down, emerges heavy. It's outside already frosting. The weight is immense, a dragging anchor. The walk back is a test of balance and will. The full bucket throws your gait into a clumsy, careful shuffle. You switch hands often, fingers screaming inside their mittens. The settlement emerges through the veil of falling snow. Smoke from chimneys is the only sign of other life. This is only the first trip. One bucket is a mockery of need. You will return twice, 3 times more before day's end. Water dictates the architecture of your day, the economy of your energy. Inside the dwelling, the air is thick with the smells of smoke, damp wool, and human weariness. The water is poured measure rationed. Make up for tea, a portion for the pot, a precious few drops for washing. Children learn early to sip slowly, to understand the labor in every swallow. At night, you lie listening to the symphony of the freezing world. The ice on the river groans like a great beast shifting in its sleep. These sounds are the heartbeat of your winter. And so the cycle grinds on. Wake, dress, walk, chop, carry. Your body reshapes itself to this labor. Shoulders broaden, hands become maps of scars and calluses. Your mind learns to wander strange paths during the monotonous journeys. Do you think of green things, of liquid freedom, of a sun that holds warmth? These memories are beautiful, painful, and dangerously seductive. The community orbits the ice hole in a fragile balance of cooperation and tension. Unspoken rules govern turns and maintenance. Generosity is a survival strategy, not merely virtue. A family weakened by illness today might be your own tomorrow. You learn to read the signs in others: a slight limp, a persistent cough. These are points in the grim equation of communal endurance. Here is another world, of course, a parallel existence in the same frozen landscape. The town's hearts and structures of milled timber and ambition. This is the domain of governors, merchants, orthodox clergy. Here, winter is a managed affair. Deep cellars hold wells lined with imported brick. Servants draw water with smooth pulleys, their labor invisible and constant. Water flows through channels in the walls, a miracle of convenience. In these rooms, tea is brewed without a thought for the source. Heating is a regular luxury, not a distant memory. The sound here is not the axe's crack, but the soft clink of porcelain cups. The divide between these worlds is vast, silent, and understood by all. One man's story whispers through the generations. His name was Seraphim. As a boy, he learned the language of ice from his father, a fisherman and cutter. But his true education came from silent observation. A group of and I hunters camped near his settlement one season. He watched, mesmerized, as an elder moved across the snow. The man would stand still for long minutes, eyes closed, then mark a spot. Digging there would often reveal damp earth, then seeping water. Seraphim practiced in secret, enduring failure after failure. He learned to quiet his mind, to listen not with his ears, but with his whole being. He began to see patterns others missed. A slight depression in the snow where it melted faster. A particular arrangement of shrubs. The flight of birds in the brittle winter air. These were the syllables of a hidden X written on the land. In his 16th year, during a brutal freeze, he led men to a spot he sensed. They dug with skepticism, breaking through the iron minus hard crust. And there, water gathered, slow but steady. This changed everything. He became the settlement's water finder, a man with a quiet, uncanny gift. He married, had children, lived a life shaped by the seasons. Then came the winter that broke all patterns. The cold was deeper, longer, more vicious than any in memory. The river ice grew impossibly thick, the water beneath tasting foul. Thickness spread. The old ice hole became a source of despair and conflict. Fim spent long hours by the fire thinking. He remembered the A and I techniques, studied the settlement's root cellars. An idea formed, audacious and desperate. An ice chimney, he called it. It dug deep below the frost line, lined with stone, moss, clay, and layers of ice itself. A structure to coax and protect groundwater through the deepest freeze. The community was divided. Some saw hope, others saw wasted labor in a time of scarcity. Work began, a brutal excavation of fire minus, oftened earth. Men took shifts, descending into the dark on ropes. Progress was measured in inches, the cost in exhausted bodies and precious fuel. Weeks passed. A shaft deepened into the earth's golden embrace. At the chosen depth, they built a filter of stones, a cage of wood. They layered insulation with meticulous care. Finally, they capped it with a dome of packed snow, leaving only a small opening. For days, nothing. Dalton's fear grew. On the fourth morning, a messenger came running. Water pooled in the stone minus lined bottom, clear and liquid. The ice chimney worked. Relief was a slow, thawing thing. Health returned. The settlement's spirit, afraid to breaking, began to mend. Sarashim refused special praise. He credited the A&I hunter, the community's effort, simple luck. His knowledge spread, adapted, saved others. He lived to an old age, his hands a testament to a lifetime of listening to the earth. Archaeologists centuries later would find puzzling traces. In the permafrost pits lined with stones, arranged with mysterious intention, fragments of hollowed birch branches, fitted with precision, collections of fish bones placed in careful radial patterns, blue ice, tinged with minerals found in deep chambers, geometric carvings on stone, spirals and lines whose meaning is lost. These are fragments of a dialogue between people and an unforgiving world. They suggest knowledge systems where the practical and spiritual were one, where water was not a resource, but a living relation. Techniques for listening to ice, rituals before cutting, songs for finding. Modern science confirms some insights copper traces have anti-imbricable properties. Snow from certain slopes does yield cleaner water, but the full understanding escapes us. These were ways of knowing born of intimate, generations minus long conversation with the cold. They speak of a resilience that is humbling. Now, return to the present. Lie in your warmth, in your softness. Hear the gentle hum of a world at ease. Think of your hand reaching for a tap. The simple, miraculous whist. The immediate, endless rush. This ease is an inheritance, purchased with the ache of countless forgotten backs. The frozen rivers of those stories are quiet now, but ice holes have long since healed over. Zara Afim's grave overlooks a river that runs free most of the year. The governor's mansion is a ruin, its deep well filled with debris. The blue ice in the archaeological catalog sits under sterolates. We have built a world where winter's bite is blunted, where water is a guarantee, not a gamble. This is a profound victory, but in this victory, something subtle has been lost. The intimate knowledge of a landscape's whispers, the embodied understanding of a resource's true weight, the community forged and shared, grinding necessity. We are the children of that desperate ingenuity. We live in the spring they could only imagine. When you next drink a glass of water, let there be a moment of silence, a space in your mind to feel the ghost weight of a wooden bucket, to hear the echo of an axe striking ice in a vast, white silence, to see the patient figure of Sarah Fim, standing still on the snow, listening. This memory is a form of gratitude. It connects the ease of your now to the struggle of their then. It acknowledges the long, human chain of solving and surviving. The night is deep around you. The past settles like snow layer upon gentle layer. It asks for nothing but remembrance. Sleep in the profound comfort they helped to build. Dream of flowing rivers, both frozen and free. Know that the water will be there when you wake. He remembers the taste of metal. That was the first sign. A faint, coppery tang on his tongue each morning. Not blood, but something else. The taste of deep earth, of stone sweating minerals in the dark. His father said it was a family trait, a sensitivity to what lay beneath. They were watermen, his father and his father before him. Their hands were maps of old cracks and whitened scars. They read the eyes like priests read scripture, looking for truth in the texture, in the sound and the way light bent through it. For Sarah Fim, the learning was not in words. It was in the silence between actions. The way his father would pause before choosing a spot to cut, the tilt of his head, the slight squint of his eyes, was a language of subtle gestures. A nod toward a patch of clear ice, a hand held up to feel the wind's dry kiss. He absorbed it through his skin, through the soles of his feet. Knowledge passed not by lecture, but by osmosis. The settlement was a scattering of dark shapes against the endless white, a desperate geometry of survival. Each family was an island connected by paths of packed snow. Their need was the only thing they truly held in common. The A.N.I. camp appeared like a vision from another world. Their tents were low, sleek things hugging the ground. They moved with a quiet efficiency that seemed almost magical. Zarafim was a shadow at the edge of their world, a silent, watchful boy. The old hunter noticed him, not with alarm, but with a kind of weary curiosity. One morning, the hunter simply gestured for him to follow. They walked away from the camp into the birch forest. The hunter stopped, closed his eyes, and became utterly still. The seraphim held his breath, trying to see what the man saw. He saw nothing but trees and snow. The hunter opened his eyes, pointed to a spot, and began to dig with a short shovel. Not deep, just through the snow and the frozen crust. The earth beneath was dark, damp. Not water, but the promise of water. He looked at Seraphim and tapped his own ear. On the ground. Listen, it was not about sound. It was about presence, about becoming empty enough for the land to speak. That lesson took years to unravel. He practiced in stolen moments. In the gray hour before dawn, behind his family's Ankh, he would stand, shut his eyes, and try to quiet the clamor in his mind, the worries about wood, about food, about his mother's cough. He tried to feel the ground through his boots, to sense the memory of water in the soil. For a long time, he felt only foolishness and cold. Then, one afternoon it happened. A sensation not of hearing, but of knowing. A pull, like a faint magnetic tug, toward a dip in the land. He didn't see or hear anything different. He just knew. He dug, his heart pounding against his ribs. The earth was stubborn, frozen. When a hand stepped down, it changed. Darker, cooler. His fingers came away stained and damp. It was not a spring, just a seep. But it was confirmation. The land had spoken, and he had understood a single whispered word. The winter of his 16th year tried to erase them. It was a cold that felt intentional, malicious. The river ice thickened until the water below grew stale and bitter. Hildren took fever after drinking it. The old ice hole became a cursed place. Seraphim watched the community unravel. Neighbors argued over turns, over contamination, over whose weakness was to blame. Fear was a more contagious sickness than any fever. He knew they needed a new conversation with the water. Not a plea to the frozen river, but a question asked deeper down. The ice chimney idea came to him not in a flash, but as a slow assembly. Came memory of the Aeon eye hunter's damp earth. A thought about their root cellar, how its depths stayed cooler in summer. A theory about layers, about insulation, about creating a pocket of stable cold. Proposing it was harder than conceiving it. The council of family heads listened in grim silence. An old soldier, face scarred by more than cold, spat into the fire. Foolishness, digging deeper into the freeze. It is against nature. Another man, who had just buried his daughter, spoke softly. Nature is killing us. I will dig into hell itself if there is water there. The vote was not unanimous, but the digging began. It was the hardest labor of their lives. They built fires on the ground to thaw it, then hacked at the softened earth. The heat was a precious, fleeting thing stolen from their homes. The smoke mixed with their steaming breath in the pale light. They dug in shifts, men lowered into the deepening dark on ropes. The world above reduced to a circle of gray sky. The silence down there was profound, pressurized. Seraphim directed them, not with commands, but with quiet adjustments. Angle it slightly north here. Feel this soil. It's different. We're close. He tasted the earth they brought up, crumpled it between his fingers. The men watched him, their skepticism slowly giving way to a desperate hope. When they hit the damp layer, a collective shiver went through them. It was not water, but its signature, the promise. The lining was a work of cold art. Stones for a foundation, chosen for flatness. A lattice of stripped larch poles. Then the layers clay, pressed and smoothed. Moss, gathered and dried, packed tight as wool. Then, the most counter-attentional layer of all slabs of river ice, fitted like tiles. Finally, the dome of snow, painstakingly layered and packed. It looked like a burial mound. For 3 days, it was a monument to their collective doubt. Then, on the 4th morning, the sentinel found liquid darkness in the shaft. The news traveled through the settlement not with shouts, but with whispers. They gathered, not crowding, but standing in a wide, silent circle. One by one, families drew their first buckets. The water was cold, clear, tasting of stone and depth. It did not taste of despair. Seraphim faded back from the gratitude, returned to his own shores, to the silent rhythm of his life. But something had shifted. He had become a bridge between the old knowledge of the land and the new needs of the settlers, between despair and a fragile possibility. His later years were marked by a different kind of listening. People came to him with disputes over boundaries, over broken promises. He would sit with them, say little, and hear everything. His questions were simple, practical. Where did the old fence post stand? What did you need the loan of grain for? He reframed their conflicts not as battles of will, but as problems of resources, of timing. Solutions emerged that felt discovered, not imposed. He never became a chief or a formal elder. He became a keystone, the unseen piece that allowed the arch to hold. He died when the ice was just beginning to weep at the river's edges. The sound of dripping water was the season's hymn. They buried him on the rise, as he had asked. The ice chimney outlived him by decades. Its technology was adapted, improved, sometimes forgotten and rediscovered. His name became less a person and more a function. Who will be our seraphim for this problem? They would ask. A meeting who will listen for the solution we cannot yet hear? The archaeological record is a collection of echoes. The blue ice in the pit still holds its chemical mystery. The copper traces hint at an empirical wisdom wrapped in ritual. The arranged fish bones whisper of ceremonies where gratitude and practicality were one. The geometric carvings resist translation. Are they naps? Prayers? Instructions left for those who would come after? We will likely never know. Their makers did not intend for us to solve them. They intended for their children to understand. That knowledge was meant to be lived, not decoded. The governor's well, dug with imported brick and servile labor, speaks a different language. It speaks of hierarchy, of insulation through power. It says water can be commanded if you have enough authority to order men into the dark. The two systems existed in the same frozen landscape. One sought dialogue with the land. The other sought to impose its will upon it. Both were human. Both were born of the same desperate need. We are the inheritors of both legacies. Our tap water is a triumph of the commanding will. The vast, invisible infrastructure of pipes, pumps, and treatment plants. It is a governor's well on a civilization scale. Hidden our forgotten muscles, in our latent taw for wild places, there remains a trace of the listener. The part of us that understands water is not merely a commodity, but a covenant. When you stand by a river now, you hear only its surface noise. You have not learned the grammar of its undercurrents. You have not needed to. Survival is not written in the daily obtaining of water. It is written in the monthly paying of a bill. This is a monumental freedom. It is also a kind of exile. You are exiled from the intimacy of that raw need, from the profound camaraderie it forged, from the deep, non-minus verbal knowledge of the world that such struggle demanded. Do not romanticize the hardship. The ache was real. The fear was real. The loss was relentless. But in honoring their struggle, we honor a dimension of our own humanity that now lies dormant. We honor the capacity to pay absolute attention, to find meaning in the sheer repetition of a life minus sustaining task, to cooperate not out of abstract ideals, but out of tangible mutual dependency. Tonight, as you lie in the electric hum of your climate, minus controlled world, try to feel the silence. Not just the absence of sound, but the vast, deep silence of the frozen frontier. Imagine the weight of that silence. It was a presence, a thing you had to push against each morning to rise. Then, think of the sounds that broke it. The crunch of your own footsteps, the ragged saw of your own breath, the clean, sharp crack of the axe meeting ice, the deep, satisfying thunk of the bucket hitting water. These were the sounds of a dialogue, a conversation between human will and an indifferent world. Each sound was a question, each action an answer. Your world is filled with answers to questions you have never asked. The water flows because someone long ago solved the problem of the pump. The room is warm because someone, long ago, mastered the furnace. You live in a palace of pre-minus solved problems. This is the gift, the great, unearned blessing of your moment in history. But a palace can become a cage if you forget there is a world outside its walls. The story of the ice, of Seraphim, of the blue minus side pits, is a window in that wall. It lets in a cold, clean draft of a different reality. It reminds you that comfort has a history, that ease has a cost paid by others. Not in currency, but in raw endurance. So let the story settle, not as a burden, but as a grounding weight. A reminder of your own physicality, your own dependence on the simple elements. When you next drink a glass of water, let it be a full moment. Feel the coolness of the glass. Watch the liquid, clear and certain. Taste it, really taste it. In that taste, you might find a trace of the ancient minerals, a faint echo of the deep earth. Him Emery, carried in the water itself, of all the hands that worked to bring it forth. From the Aeon, a hunter listening in the snow, the seraphim tasting the damp soil, to the unknown men who lined a pit with mysterious blue ice, to the settlers whose shoulders were permanently bent from the hauling, to the engineers who laid the pipes beneath your streets. You are at the destination of a very long journey. The water has finally reached you. You do not have to earn it today. You can remember that it was ever earned. This memory is a form of respect. For them, for the water, for the fragile miracle of your own effortless drink. Now, let the quiet return. Let the images of ice and efforts soften and blur. They have done their work. They have anchored you briefly to the hard, beautiful truth of how you got here. Sleep in the profound peace of solved problems. Dream not of frozen rivers, but of their eventual triumphant thaw. The long winter of that old struggle is over. You are living in the everlasting spring they could only imagine. Let that be your final thought before sleep. A gratitude not whispered, but felt in the very beat of your heart. The water will be there when you wake. It always is. Let us walk away from the settlement now, following a different set of tracks in the snow. These tracks are older, deeper, etched not by a single winter, but by the turn of seasons over centuries. They led away from the river, into the quiet heart of the larch forest. Here, the silence has a different quality. It is not the tense silence of human need, but the profound, patient silence of the land itself. The trees are immense, their trunks furrowed like the skin of ancient beings. Snow gathers in their high branches, falls in soft clumps with no sound at all. This is the domain of the masters of cold, the ones who were here before the first settler's axe bit into a tree, before the first Sankei was dug into the earth. Their relationship with water was not a battle, but a marriage, a continuous, careful dialogue with a living entity. For them, water had a spirit, a will, a voice that could be kind or wrathful. This was not a poetic fancy. It was a practical cosmology. If water is alive, you must approach it with respect. You must ask permission. You must give thanks. This framework of belief created a sustainable protocol long before the word sustainability existed. Before cutting ice, a hunter would make a small offering, a pinch of dried tobacco, a fragment of dried meat, a quiet word spoken on the frozen air. This ritual served multiple purposes. It focused the mind, banishing hastened carelessness. It acknowledged the hunter's own vulnerability, his status as a petitioner, not a conqueror. It embedded in the very act of taking a moment of gratitude and awareness. The Yakut Ice Minus readers could discern thickness and safety by color alone. The clear, dark blue ice was strong, deep, and trustworthy. The white, bubbled ice was weak, treacherous, filled with the ghosts of trapped air. They could read these colors the way a sailor reads the sky. This knowledge was empirical, earned through generations of observation and tragic loss. But it was wrapped in stories. Stories of the master of the river, a spirit who could make ice thick or thin as a whim. The stories were the delivery system for the data. They made the lessons memorable, sacred, and non-minus negotiable. A child taught to fear the river spirit's anger would approach the ice with a caution that mere safety instructions could never instill. The A&I technique of listening was a form of deep attention. It required the hunter to empty himself, to become a vessel, to still the internal chatter of hunger, worry, and planning. In that stillness, subtler senses could speak. The faint vibration underfoot from a subterranean trickle. The almost imperceptible difference in how sound traveled over frozen ground with water beneath it. The pattern of frost on certain stones. Modern scientists might call this subconscious pattern recognition, honed to an expert level. The AN, I called it listening to the land's whisper. Both descriptions are true, pointing to the same profound human capacity from different shores of understanding. The archaeological pits with their blue ice and copper traces are the physical fossils of this philosophy. The copper was not placed there by accident. Copper kills microbes. Someone, long ago, observed that water stored near certain green stones stayed sweet longer. The spirit of the copper kept the water healthy, a spiritual insight born from meticulous, long-term observation. The carefully arranged fish bones in the pits are another clue. They suggest a ceremony of thanksgiving at the end of a successful fishing season. The bones, placed with intention, say we took from you. We acknowledge the gift. We return what we cannot use. It is an ecological feedback loop encoded in ritual, ensuring that gratitude, not just want, governs the relationship with the resource. This world of woe existed in parallel to the settlers' world of grim necessity. Sometimes the two worlds touched. Parafin's moment with the ANI hunter was one such touch, a crack in the wall of mutual suspicion, through which a sliver of light, a vital piece of knowledge passed. But for the most part, the settlers saw only the ritual, not the sophisticated system it contained. They often dismissed it as primitive superstition, missing the deep wisdom in the act. They saw the offering, but not the life-minus saving caution it enforced. He heard the story of the river spirit, but not the hydrological data it preserved. This is the great tragedy of cultural collision. The practical life-minus sustaining knowledge is often discarded along with the foreign framework that carries it. The settlers, in their brutal struggle, developed their own form of reverence. It was not for the spirit of the water, but for the labor it demanded. Their rituals were not of offering, but of maintenance. The careful covering of the ice hole each night, the precise way of stacking the cut ice blocks in the storage pit, the unspoken rule that you always cleared your own ice chips so the next person would not slip. These were their sacred practices. Their liturgy was written in calloused hands and shared burdens. Their temple was the path to the river, worn smooth by communal need. Their God was not in the water, but in the collective effort to obtain it. And neither worldview was superior in its essence. Both were brilliant, painful, human adaptations to an impossible environment. One sought harmony with a conscious landscape. The other sought victory over an indifferent one. The governor in his mansion represented a third-way insulation through hierarchy. His relationship with water was one of command and delegation. He did not speak to the water, nor did he battle it. He ordered others to solve the problem for him. His philosophy was one of separation. Technology and social rank built a wall between him and the elemental struggle. His comfort was absolute, but it was also sterile. It required no understanding of ice, no listening to the land, no shared covenant with his neighbors. It required only power. And power, as the worst winter showed, was a brittle shield. When the cold reached a certain depth, even the governor's well could freeze. His pipes could crack. For a few days, he too would taste the metallic fear of scarcity. He would understand, in a fleeting, panicked way, what the settlers knew in their bones every single day. This momentary vulnerability did not change him, but it was a secret point of connection, a silent admission that the ice, ultimately, did not care about his title. Now, let your mind drift further back, beyond even the indigenous settlements, through time when the landscape held only animals and weather. Imagine the first human to stand on the frozen bank of the Siberian River. Who was he? What did he think? He saw not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be understood. He saw the tracks of animals leading to a particular spot on the ice. He saw where they had licked, where they had broken through with a hoof. He learned from them. He was the first water-minus finder, the original seraphim. All the knowledge that followed the A&I techniques, the settlers' ice chimneys, the governor's well sprang from that first moment of observation, from that primal act of learning from the world. This is the deepest layer of the story. Beneath the cultural differences, beneath the class divisions, lies this fundamental human impulse to watch, to learn, to adapt. The settler's axe and the ANI's listening ear are different tools for the same purpose, extending the human lease on life in a hostile place. We, in our present, have taken this adaptation to its logical extreme. We have built a global infrastructure that almost completely buffers us from the immediate twins of nature. Our observation now happens through satellites and sensors. Our adaptation is encoded in algorithms and engineering standards. The fundamental impulse is the same, but the distance between the observer and the observed has grown vast. We have gained tremendous security. We have also lost the intimate, somatic knowledge that comes from direct, unmediated negotiation with the elements. Your body does not know the weight of a day's water. Your hands do not know the particular rake of ice minus chopping. Your ears cannot distinguish the song of safe ice from dangerous ice. This is not a failing. It is a liberation, but it is worth remembering what that liberated capacity once contained. It contained a direct, visceral understanding of your own limits. Profound, non-verbal connection to the community that shared your struggle. A deep, humbling sense of your place within a system much larger and more powerful than yourself. A modern challenge is different. It is to remember these truths intellectually, emotionally, even spiritually, since we no longer experience them physically. To understand interdependence when we are not forced into it by daily need. To practice gratitude when our survival is not immediately at stake. To respect resources we did not personally haul from a frozen river. The story of winter water is a training ground for this kind of remembering that allows us to simulate, in the safety of our imagination, the conditions that forge those primal connections. As you continue to rest in your modern cocoon, try to extend the narrative. Imagine the spring that finally comes to the settlement. It is not a gentle thing. It is violent, messy, transformative. The Thor begins with a sound like distant artillery. Great cracks race across the river's ice-minus skin. The ice shifts, groans, heaves itself up in jagged blue-minus white slabs. A careful ice hole is swallowed, gone. The path to the river becomes a treacherous bog of half-minus melted snow and sucking mud. For the settlers, this is a time of profound disorientation. The rigid winter routine shadows. The enemy they fought for months, the solid, predictable cold retreats, replaced by a chaotic, dripping world. Now, water is everywhere. It runs in rivulets, forms vast, shallow lakes in the fields, drips endlessly from the roofs. The scarcity is over, replaced by a different kind of problem: too much, too dirty, too uncontrolled. They must now boil water against new sicknesses stirred up from the thawing ground. They must rebuild paths, repair roofs damaged by ice, and face the exhaustion that winter had deferred. Their bodies, tuned for conservation, must now learn a new rhythm of expenditure. Herr Finn, in his old age, would sit in the wheat sun and watch the river break. He would feel no triumph, only a deep, weathered respect for the cycle. He had learned its language in all its phases. The silent, solid demand of winter, the roaring, chaotic release of spring. His knowledge was not just of finding water, but of navigating water's many moods. His legacy was not the ice chimney, but the attentive mind that could conceive of it, a mind open to learning from an ANI hunter, from the damp earth, from the failures of a frozen river. Now, project forward again, to the archaeologists of the 20th century. They arrive in summer, when the land is soft and green. They find the overgrown mounds that were once settlements. They sketch the outlines of the zinc as measure the governor's mansion foundation, and they find the ice chimney site. It is just a depression now, filled with leaf litter and time. They might miss it entirely, but if they dig, they will find the stone lining, the traces of the wooden lattice. They will take samples, write papers, debate its function. They will call it a cold storage facility or a primitive well. It will be correct, technically, but they will not feel the collective hope that went into its digging. They will not taste the metallic fear of the winter that necessitated it. They will not see Seraphim's quiet face in the firelight, thinking, listening, solving. The artifact is a shell. The life that filled it is gone, carried away by the very river it's ought to coax water from. This is the fate of all human endeavor. Physical trace remains, inert and puzzling. The meaning, the struggle, the love, the desperation, the ingenuity evaporates. Our task, as listeners to these stories, is to breathe a little of that meaning back into the trace, to animate the artifact with the ghost of the human experience that created it. When you look at a simple glass of water on your table, see it as the ultimate artifact, the end point of a million ice chimneys, a million listening hunts, a million desperate choices. It is a monument to human adaptation, and also to human inequality. It carries within it the memory of Seraphim's focused silence in the governor's casual command. It is a liquid archive. So drink, but drink consciously. Let each sip be a small act of historical recognition. You're not just hydrating a body. You are acknowledging a lineage. You are participating in the long, unbroken chain of human seeking, securing, and finally, simply receiving this most essential of gifts. The night is at its deepest hour. The quiet around you is the quiet of solved problems. No axe falls, no ice groans. No one walks a frozen path with a numb heart. As quiet as the dividend of their labor, it is the sound of their success. They're living inside the answer to their most fervent, unspoken prayer. Let that realization be your blanket. Let it be your peace. The story does not end, because you are its continuation. Your easy breath, your resting body, your secure tomorrow, these are the final chapters of the frontier winter. They are written not in ice, but in comfort, not in struggle, but in safety. This is the promised land they could not imagine, but which their efforts helped to build. Sleep now, in the gentle aftermath of their long, cold war. The water is secure. You are safe. The watch is over. The mind in endless winter is a territory of its own. It is not empty, despite the white landscape. It is densely populated with ghosts of warmth, with echoes of laughter from a sunnier time. The settler's consciousness fractures under the monotony. One part remains tethered to the body, to the swing of the axe, the crunch of snow. The other part drifts, untethered, into a past that grows more vivid with each passing day. He does not remember his old village, he rebuilds it, plank by plank in his imagination. The smell of rye bread from an oven that never existed in such perfection. The sound of a specific voice, worn smooth by memory until it is pure comfort. This mental reconstruction is not nostalgia. It is a life minus support system, a neural hearth he can gather around when the physical one is starved for fuel. The future is unimaginable, so the past expands to fill the void. It becomes more real than the frozen river, than the aching hands. It is his true country, and he is its exiled king. His dreams at night are not of water, but of its opposite, of drowning in warmth, of sinking into a lake of sunlight, feeling it seep into his bones. He wakes from these dreams shivering, the contrast of physical cruelty. The day's labor then feels like a penance for the luxury of that imaginary heat. For Seraphim, thought was a different tool. His mind was not an escape pod, but a precision instrument. When he stood listening, he was performing an act of radical subtraction. He subtracted the cold, the hunger, the worry for his daughter's cough, and he subtracted the self. What remained was a perfect receptor, a clear pool reflecting only the data of the land. The sensation he felt was not a sound or an image. It was a knowing, a geometric certainty, as if the underground water traced its own map directly onto his cortex. His state was not mystical for him, it was practical. It was the highest function of a mind stripped to its essentials. It was the opposite of dreaming. It was high minus attention. The ANI hunter existed in a continuum Seraphim could only approach. To the hunter, the land was not knit but a thou. The conversation was 2 minus way, and he made an offering of tobacco. He was not bribing the spirit. He was engaging in a protocol of mutual respect. His listening was part of a relationship. The vibration underfoot was the land's side of the dialogue. His cultural stories provided the grammar for this exchange. They told him what the vibrations meant, how to respond, what responsibilities followed a successful find. His inner world was entirely integrated with the outer. There was no fracture. His memories, his skills, his myths, and the frozen river were all threads in the same fabric. His consciousness was seamless. This wholeness was his civilization's masterpiece, forged over millennia in the cold. Hagavana's mind was a ledger. It tallied things: barrels of flour, cords of firewood, bottles of French wine, the number of horses in his stable. It tallied people's servants, rivals, petitioners, lovers. His inner monologue was a continuous administrative report. The Ivanov family is struggling. This could lead to unrest if not managed. Perhaps a small allotment of grain to be seen as generosity. Check stores first. His fear was not of the cold, but of disorder. The winter outside was a potential breach in the orderly system he commanded. His dreams were of perfect control, silent servants, full warehouses, obedient peasants, approving letters from street. Petersburg. His consciousness was a fortress, and the howling wind was a reminder of the chaos against which the fortress was built. He did not understand the settler's struggle. He managed it as a variable in his equations. 3 minds, 3 worlds, 1 reality, the frozen river. How? Consider your own mind. Here in the solved world, what is its landscape? It is likely a cityscape, dense with information, flickering with screens, crowded with fragments of news, art, anxiety, entertainment. Your attention is the prize in a silent, endless war. Advertisers, algorithms, news cycles, your own ambitions all clamor for a piece of it. You rarely experience the settler's brutal monotony, nor Seraphime's razor focus, nor the hunter's seamless integration. You experience a continuous, low-minus grade fragmentation. Your past is a digital photo stream, your future a to-minus-do list. Your present is a browser with too many tabs open. Your struggle is not for water, but for coherence, for a narrative that can hold all the fragments together. You have the luxury of existential questions because your survival is not an hourly question. But this luxury can feel like a burden. The simplicity of the axe and the ice seems, from a distance, almost enviable in its clarity. Do not be deceived. Clarity born of desperation is not a model to aspire to. It holds a mirror to our own scattered state. It shows us what a mind can become when it is forced to concentrate on a single vital thing. It shows us the power of a story, whether of memory, skill, or myth, to organize a consciousness and make suffering meaningful. So what do we learn from their inner worlds? We learn the value of a unified mind. The settler unified his through memory and micro-minus tasks. Seraphim unified his through disciplined attention. The hunter unified his through a cultural cosmology. We, who are so often disunified, must consciously build our own frameworks. We must become curators of our attention. We must build our own ice chimneys for mental focus. Dig a deep shaft below the frost line of daily trivia. Line it with layers of discipline, turning off notifications, carving out hours for deep work, practicing mindfulness. Cap it with a protective dome, the ability to say no, to guard our solitude, to choose what enters our mental space. The goal is to reach a steady source of clarity, a pool of quiet knowing beneath the frozen surface of chatter. He must also recover the art of listening, not to find water, but to find truth, connection, and peace. Listen to a piece of music without doing anything else. Listen to a loved one until you can hear the feeling beneath the words. Listen to the silence in your own home at dawn. This kind of listening is a radical act in a world shouting for your eyes. And we must acknowledge our own hierarchies of comfort. Here are the governors now, insulated by global supply chains. Our water, our food, our warmth are delivered by a vast, invisible servant class of machines and distant workers. We should not feel guilt for this, but we must feel responsibility. The responsibility to understand the systems that sustain us. The responsibility to ensure they're just and sustainable. The responsibility to use our liberated minds and comfortable lives for something more than consumption. The long night of their winter is over. Our season is different. Our challenges are less immediate, more diffuse, but no less real. The enemy is not the cold, but complacency. Not scarcity, but meaninglessness. And not the frozen river, but the frozen heart. As dawn finally breaks in your world, let the story resolve into a quiet directive. Pay attention to the water you drink, to the warmth you feel, to the people who make your life possible. Pay attention to what sustains you, and what you are called to sustain. Your life is the spring they dreamed of. Do not sleep through it. Wake up, drink deeply, and begin your own day's necessary work, whatever that may be, with the memory of their winter folded into your hands like a well-minus worn tool. And let us consider the children. In the world of endless winter, childhood was not a protected state, but an apprenticeship in scarcity. Nay, boy of 6 learned to carry a bucket half his size, sloshing precious ounces onto the snow with each lurching step. His tears, when they came, froze on his cheeks, a practical lesson in the conservation of all fluids, even sorrow. He did not ask why. The why was the cold, the empty pot, the sound of his mother's breath in the dark. His education was in textures, the gritty feel of ice chips on his tongue, the way will itched against raw skin, the lethal smoothness of black ice underfoot. Play was mimicry of labor. He built small, useless snow wells. He pretended to chop ice with a stick. His imagination was not of dragons and castles, but of full buckets and unbroken hearths. A girl learned the arithmetic of melting. A pot of snow yielded a finger's width of water. To pots canoe a thin broth. She learned to judge the quality of snow by its color and location. Wind minus blown snow from the open field was fine and clean. Snow from near the animal pen was not to be touched. Her small hands were tasked with straining the melt minus water through worn cloth, watching for the specks of dirt and pine needle that meant a family sickness. Her dolls, if she had any, were bundled in scraps of fur, and their only story was the journey from the ice hole back home. For the children of the governor or the merchant, winter was a spectacle viewed from a double minus paned window. They learned different arithmetic, the counting of sweets from a tin, the hours until a tutor arrived, the layers of lace on a dress, their discomforts were theoretical, discussed as lessons in geography or character. They live with great hardship out there, a parent might say, pointing beyond the glass. The child would look, see the tiny figures moving like ants across the white, and feel a confusing mix of pity and superiority. Her imagination was fed by storybooks of adventures in perpetual summer. Her snow was for brief, supervised play, for building jovial figures that would be abandoned when their fingers tingled. The concept that snow was the raw material for tomorrow's drink was as alien to them as their warmth was to the settler child. These two childhoods grew different souls. Hayfun grew a soul with a core of hardened resilience, a profound understanding of limit, a loyalty forged in shared want. The other grew a soul accustomed to seamless provision, expecting the world to yield to comfort, often blind to the machinery of its own sustenance. Yet, sometimes, a crack would appear. He settler's child, sent on an errand to the big house, would stand mesmerized in the kitchen doorway. You would see the cook pour water a whole basin of it just to wash vegetables. The profligacy was shocking, sinful, magnificent. That image would become a secret treasure, a vision of a parallel universe he would revisit in his mind for years. Conversely, the governor's daughter, on a rare sanctioned sleigh ride, might lock eyes with a girl her own age hauling a bucket. The girl's face would be a mask of reddened skin and fierce determination. In that silent exchange, a wordless question would hang in the frozen air, a question about fate and fairness that no tutor could ever answer satisfactorily. Now, let us consider the animals, the silent partners in this winter pact. The settler's horse was not a pet, but a furnace with legs, a creature of immense value and constant need. Its water was a major calculation. Melting snow for a horse required a day's labor for a man. Its feed was precious hay hauled from summer meadows. The horse's strength pulled the sleds of ice blocks. Its body heat was sometimes shared in the most desperate nights in the stable. Its death was economic catastrophe. The relationship was one of mutual dependency stripped of sentiment. Gratitude was expressed through the careful chipping of ice from its water trough, not through a pat on the neck. The dogs were closer, sleeping in the entryway, their thick fur a barrier against the draft under the door. They were early warning systems for wolves, companions on lonely treks, living heat sources for children. They also consumed resources. Their water came from the same pot. Their presence was a calculation. Did their utility outweigh their cost? It usually did. For the indigenous hunter, the relationship with animals was ontological. They were not tools, but nations with whom one negotiated. The reindeer provided food, clothing, transport. The hunter's survival depended on understanding the reindeer's migration, its preferences for like and under certain snows. He did not master the reindeer, he followed it. Knowing its wisdom about the land exceeded his own. The wolf was a respected rival, its intelligence acknowledged, its methods studied. When an animal was taken, apologies and thanks were offered to its spirit. This was not empty ritual, it was the maintenance of a vital relationship. It ensured the hunter's mind remained in a state of respect and observation, preventing the carelessness that came from viewing the world as a mere larder. In the governor's stable, animals were property. While minus bread trotters for the sleigh, imported for their bloodlines, their care was delegated, their value measured in rubles and social prestige. They were brushed, fed grain from the south, and never worked to exhaustion. They lived and died within a bubble of managed comfort, as insulated as their own. The water that sustained them, all the settlers' horse, the hunter's reindeer, the governor's trotter was the same water. It fell from the same sky, froze in the same river. But the journeys it took to reach them created entirely different worlds. For the horse, it was a labor minus intensive gift. For the reindeer, it was a lick of hoar frost on a willow branch, part of the landscape's bounty. For the trotter, it was drawn by a stable boy from a deep, never minus freezing well. This is the silent grammar of winter water, writes the rules of every relationship between human and environment, between parent and child, between master and servant, between person and animal. It dictates hierarchies, dependencies, ethics, and emotions. We now live in a world where this grammar has been erased for most of us. Our water does not dictate our relationships. Our children's survival is not measured in their ability to haul and ration. Our animals are, for most, companions disconnected from economic calculus. This erasure is a monumental achievement. It has freed us from a tyranny of need. But with the erasure of the grammar, we have also lost fluency in the language of direct dependency. We do not understand the cost of things in terms of life minus energy, only in currency. We struggle to feel our place in an ecosystem because the systems that sustain us are so brilliantly hidden. So, what do we do with this inherited amnesia? We must become translators. We must learn to read the world around us, to see the hidden journeys. When you see a child drinking from a water fountain, translate it. See the phantom bucket in their small hand. See the path to the phantom river. When you pay your utility bill, translate it. See not a number, but a tribute to the millennia of human ingenuity that lets that number be so small. See Seraphim, the stable boy, the ANI hunter, the engineer at the water treatment, plant all links in the chain that ends with the turn of your wrist. Do this not to feel guilt, but to feel connection, to rebuild the grammar of gratitude on a new global scale. Our dependency is no less absolute than the settlers. It is simply more diffuse, more complex, more easily ignored. The final silence is not the silence of the frozen night, but the silence we create when we forget to listen for these stories. When we accept the flow of water, of food, of energy as a given, we silence the epic of its arrival. We make ourselves orphans of history, living in a perpetual, unearned present. Break that silence. Let the story of the winter child, of the hauling horse, of the listening hunter be a chorus in your mind. Let them sing you back into the narrative of things. Let them remind you that everything that sustains you is the end point of a story of effort and ingenuity. Then go beyond remembrance. If the old grammar was about securing water for one's own family, tribe, or class, let the new grammar be about ensuring it for all. The frontier is no longer geographical, it is moral. Our ice hole is the aquifer depleted by poor agriculture. Our ice chimney is the desalination plant, the repaired infrastructure, the protected watershed. Our shared path through the snow is the political will to see water not as a commodity, but as a common right. The long winter of their struggle has thawed into the climate of our responsibility. We are the inheritors, not just of their comfort, but of their role as stewards. The question is no longer, can I find water for my family? The question is, how do I ensure the water flows for the family? You have heard the story. You have walked the frozen path. You have felt the weight of the bucket. Now, put it down. You do not need to carry that particular weight, but you must carry the knowledge of its weight into everything you do. Into what you buy, what you vote for, what you value, how you live. The children of that winter are long gone. The children of this moment are watching. What will you tell them about the water? Will you only show them the magic tap? Or will you also teach them the epic of its journey and their part in the next chapter? The story continues. It always continues. But now, the narrator is you. Consider the concept of silence. In the world of the frontier winter, silence was not mere absence of sound. It was a substance. It had weight, texture, and temperature. It pressed against the ears, a thick, cottony presence in the vast white expanse between trees. This silence was composed of many minute cancellations, the muffling effect of deep snow, the hibernation of insects, the stillness of frozen sap in a million pine needles, the cautious hesitation of all living things to expend energy on noise. Within this grand silence, small sounds became seismic events. The snap of a twig under snow was a punctuation mark. The creak of a boot leather was a private conversation with oneself. A distant howl of a wolf was not just a sound, a needle of fear stitching through the fabric of the quiet. The settlers learned to navigate by silence. A pocket of unusual quiet in the forest might mean a predator was near, holding its own breath. The absence of the wind's constants, I meant a deeper cold was settling in, the air itself growing dense and still. Their communication evolved to match this environment. Words were pairing, utilitarian. A glance, a nod, the set of a shoulder, these were the primary texts. A long story told by the fire was a luxury, a ritual that used precious breath and heat to spin a web of meaning against the oppressive quiet outside. The silence was both enemy and ally. It amplified loneliness to a terrifying degree, but it also forced a clarity of intention. There was no background noise to hide behind. Every action, every utterance had to be deliberate. For the indigenous hunter, silence was a medium of perception. To listen for water, he first had to become silent internally. He stilled the chatter of his thoughts, the plans for the day, the memory of a dream. He entered the external silence not as a void, but as a field of subtle information. In that state, the faintest tremor through the ice, the slight variation in the wind's pitch across the snowdrift, became clear signals. His cultural practices, the rituals, the songs were tuning forks that helped him achieve this internal quiet. His silence was active, a form of intense listening that bordered on communion. In the governor's mansion, silence was a commodity, and a rare one, was purchased through architecture, thick walls of milled timber, heavy drapes, carpets from the Orient. The silence he coveted was not the natural silence of the winter world, but an artificial one, the absence of disruption, of peasant petitions, of the nagging wind. This was a silence of exclusion. It kept the world's noise at bay. He did not listen to the silence, he used it as a barrier. The profound, demanding silence of the frontier was, to him, a sign of wilderness, of something not yet conquered. His goal was to replace it with the civilized quiet of order. Now, step into your world. What is your relationship with silence? True silence is perhaps the scarcest resource in the modern landscape. Our environment is a carefully engineered symphony of hums, beeps, notifications, and low-minus grade electronic vibration. We wear noise like a second skin, using podcasts and music to fill every interstitial moment. We flee from silence as if from a vacuum, fearing what might rush in to fill it: anxiety, unresolved thought, the simple, terrifying question of ourselves. We have lost the literacy of silence. We no longer know how to read its textures, to listen to what it might tell us. We have replaced the profound, information minus rich silence of the natural world with a mere lack of noise, which we then hastily stuff with digital content. This is a profound poverty. The settlers and the hunters could decipher the silence because their lives depended on its messages. Our lives may not depend on hearing the crack of distant ice, but our psychic well-minus being might depend on hearing our own inner voice. Our creativity, our empathy, a sense of peace, these are nourished in quiet soil. By constantly flooding our auditory landscape, we salt that earth. So, let us consider a new form of stewardship, the stewardship of attention, born from the stewardship of silence. He must learn to cultivate pockets of true quiet, not merely the absence of spoken word, but the deliberate turning minus down of the world's volume. To sit in a room without a device, to walk without earbuds, to simply be present with the sound of our own breath, the latent hum of our own circulatory system, the internal weather of the self. In these pockets, we might recover a fragment of that frontier skill. We might learn to listen for the subtle signals within the quiet tug of intuition, the faint tremor of a neglected emotion, the deep, steady flow of a core idea trying to surface. This is the modern equivalent of listening for water. We are listening for the sources of our own vitality, which are so often drowned out by the noise of the curated life. The challenge, then, is not to romanticize the harsh, enforced silence of the past, but to democratize the benefit of silence in the present, to recognize it not as empty space, but as fertile ground. Imagine applying the ice chimney principle to your mind. Dig a deep shaft below the frost line of perpetual stimulation. Line it with layers of disciplined practice meditation, focused reading, silent walks. Insulate it from the blizzard of notifications and demands. The goal is to create a chamber where the waters of your own consciousness can pool, clear and undisturbed, protected from the freezing winds of distraction and anxiety. From this protected source, you can raw clarity, calm, and creative energy. The frontier's winter taught that to survive, one had to engage in a precise, demanding dialogue with the environment. Her survival, our psychological and spiritual survival, may now depend on engaging in a precise, demanding dialogue with our own attention. The enemy is no longer the silent, withholding cold, but the noisy, over-giving world that fragments our focus and scatters our inner resources. The settlers covered their eyes whole each night to protect it. What do you need to cover each night to protect your well of quiet? Out of the digital wolves you must bar the door against. The story of Winter Water is ultimately a story about what we choose to listen to and what we choose to protect. They listened to the ice and the wind. They protected their water source. We must learn to listen to the whispers of our own better nature, our own capacity for depth. We must protect our attention, our quiet, our capacity for uninterrupted thought as the vital resource it is. For in the end, the most precious thing we can draw from the well of a quiet mind is not an idea, but a self that is integrated, purposeful, and capable of seeing the long, fragile thread that connects the axe in the frozen past to the faucet in the comfortable present. So tonight, after you turn off the lights, do not immediately reach for the distraction of a screen. Lie in the dark. Listen. Listen past the hum of appliances to the deeper quiet of the house settling. Listen past your own heartbeat to the vast, open silence that holds it. In that silence, you might hear the faintest echo of an axe striking ice, a sound carried not through the air, but through the shared human story of seeking, finding, and finally, learning to be still. That echo is not a call to return to hardship. It is a call to remember the value of what was earned in that stillness, and to ensure that in our world of plenty, I do not become poor in the very quiet that once made survival rich with meaning. Let the silence speak. You have inherited its domain. Now, you must learn its language. Consider the architecture of memory in a place without monuments. The settlers did not build cathedrals. Their grandest structures were holes in the ground, the ice chimney, the root cellar, the grave waiting for spring thaw. Memory, therefore, was not stored in stone, but in ritual, in the precise sequence of layering moss and clay, in the specific knot used to secure the bucket rope, in the exact spot on the riverbank where the ice sang a different, safer note. These were their archives, a library of practiced movements, a genealogy of techniques passed from making hands to smaller, watching ones. To forget a step was not academic, it was to risk a winter's death. Their past was a manual for continued existence. Their stories, told in the smoke-heavy air, were not entertainment. They were to aid a transmission. The tale of Uncle Pietre, who broke through the ice where the current ran swift to warning about hydrography disguised as a family anecdote. The story of the winter, the AN, I shared the caribou meat, a lesson in term inus species diplomacy and the parameters of mercy. Each narrative was a living file, case minus studies in cause and effect, compressed into the form of a character and a fate. History was not a subject, but a nutrient. They consumed it to grow resilient. For the indigenous cultures, memory was woven into the landscape itself. That cluster of stones was not random, it marked where a great hunter once waited for a seal. The particular bend in the river was where the first salmon of the season was always greeted with a song. The land was a mnemonic device, a topographic chronicle. To know the stories was to navigate the terrain. To lose the stories was to become a stranger in your own home, blind to the signposts of your ancestors. Their memory was ecological, inseparable from the permafrosts, the migratory patterns, the taste of the wind from a certain direction. In the governor's study, memory took the form of paper. Ink on ledgers, reports to street. Petersburg, maps with confident, straight lines dividing the UNT-enabled tundra. His memory was administrative, designed for accountability and control. It recorded yields, tributes, and fractions. It turned people and pelts into numbers, landscapes into properties, seasons into official quarters. This was a powerful, portable memory. It could be sealed in a trunk and shipped across continents. But it was a thin, ghostly memory compared to the somatic, practiced memory of the settler or the emplaced, storied memory of the hunter. It remembered what was extracted, but not what it felt like to stand in the snow watching the extractors. Now, turn the lens upon yourself. What is the architecture of your memory? It is likely digital, decentralized, and terrifyingly fragile. Your memories are stored as pixels on distant servers, passwords protecting your childhood photos, algorithms curating your memories for you. Your family stories are perhaps unrecorded, fading with the voice of the elder who tells them. Your personal how minus to knowledge how to soothe a fever, how to fix a leaky tap, how to read the sky for weather is often a browser search away, not a practice in your bones. We have outsourced memory to the cloud, and in doing so, we have impoverished our own embodied knowing. We are brilliant at recording data and terrible at retaining wisdom. The settler's hands knew how to make a rope, not that woodland-free shot. Do your hands know anything with that certainty? The hunter's body knew the approach of a storm and the ache of an old wound. Does your body have a dialogue with the atmosphere? This is not a call to abandon technology, but to recognize what we have bartered. We have traded depth of knowing for breadth of information. We have traded the memory embedded in place for the memory stored everywhere and nowhere. The modern challenge is one of integration. Well, how do we build a memory that is both rich in accessible data and rich in embodied, meaningful wisdom? We must become intentional archivists of our own experience. Practice the settler's ritual. Deliberately learn a physical skill to the point of unconscious compet in baking bread, knitting, whittling wood, gardening. Let your body remember something deeply. Practice the hunter's emplaced memory. Learn the names of the trees in your local park. Learn the history of the land your home sits on. Who was there before you? What grew there? Weave your own story into that place's longer story. Practice the governor's record minus keeping, but for your inner world. Keep a journal not just of events, but of insights, of patterns in your own emotions and reactions. Create your own ledger of personal cause and effect. And above all, practice the fire minus side story minus stilling. Resist the urge to let a screen tell all the stories. Gather with people and share narratives of failure and survival, of kindness received, of lessons learned the hard way. Turn your life and the lives of those you love back into case minus studies, not for gossip, but for communal wisdom. Be the uncle who broke through the ice. Be the one who shared the caribou meat. Give the people around you, especially the children, files for their own internal archives. The water that sustained them was a memory of the sky, fallen and frozen. The memory that sustains us is a kind of water to it must flow, it must be channeled, it must be kept clean and accessible, or the inner landscape becomes a desert. You stand at the confluence of all these memory streams, the ritual, the emplaced, the administrative, the digital. Your task is not to choose one, but to build a responsible aquifer from them all, to drink from the deep well of practiced skill, to be oriented by the stories of your place, to use the formidable power of recorded data with clarity, and to share the resulting wisdom in a human voice. The long winter demanded they remember or die. Our long comfort demands we remember how to live deeply, connected lie wisely. Their legacy is not just that they found water, but that they remembered how and taught the next one in line, or the next one in line. What will you remember? And more importantly, what will you teach your hands, your heart, and your community to remember? The ice is melting. The records are fading. The servers will one day fail. What will you have etched by then in the one archive that truly endures the living practice of a meaningful life? Consider the most humble object, the bucket. In the governor's mansion, it was a vessel of polished oak, iron minus bound, perhaps bearing a craftsman's mark. It held water. Yes, but its true purpose was to demonstrate refinement. Its existence spoke of cooperage, of trade, of an economy that could turn a simple container into an article of beauty. In the settler's Zanke, The bucket was a landscape of scars. Each dent recorded a stumble on the river path. Each dark stain in the wood grain was a memory of a different season's water. The fraying of the rope handle marked the passage of countless desperate grips. This bucket was not an article, it was a biography. To touch it was to read the history of a family's thirst. For the ANI hunter, the concept of a bucket might be foreign. Water was carried in a seal-skin bag or a hollowed gourd, materials that were flexible, lightweight, part of an ecology of movement. The container was not separate from its function or origin. It was a continuation of an animal's life, repercipus with respect. It spoke of portability, of a different relationship with acquisition, not storage, but immediate use. 3 containers, 3 philosophies. The governor's bucket said, I command resources from afar. The settler's bucket said, I endure. Hunter's bag said, I am part of a cycle. Now, look at the objects that's around you. Your water glass, your coffee mug, your smartphone. What do they say? The glass says water is instant, clear, and infinite. The mug says comfort is a routine, a personal ritual of warmth. The smartphone says the entire world's knowledge, connection, and distraction can be held in one palm, demanding nothing of you but your attention. These objects are not neutral. They are the endpoints of vast, invisible empires of extraction, manufacturing, and logistics. They silently preach a gospel of seamless provision. They hide their own biographies utterly. The settler's scarred bucket preached a gospel of contingency. It whispered of the river, the axe, the slipping foot, the long walk home. It could not hide its story. Its biography was its function. We live in an age of objects that have forgotten their origins. A potato in a plastic bag has no memory of dirt. A shirt on a rack has no memory of the hands that stitched it. A stream of music has no memory of the instrument, the room, the breath of the player. We are surrounded by amnesiac things. This is the final, subtle frontier of our comfort, the eradication of an object's story to spare us the weight of its reality. So, what is to be done? We cannot, and should not, return to a life where every object screams of its arduous making. But we can choose to reintroduce the dignity of the story. This is an act of sacred enchantment. When you hold a cup of coffee, do not just consume it. Pause. Let the object speak. Imagine the journey of the bean, the mountain slope, the hands that harvested it, the sun that dried it, the ship that carried it, the roaster who judged its color, the packager, the seller. For a fleeting second, reconnect the object to the web of labor and life that produced it. This is not guilt. It is gratitude. It is recognition. When you use a simple-to-lay hammer, a knife, a pen, feel its purpose. Honor its simplicity. These are the direct descendants of the essential objects. They are the bridge. In their heft and function, they still remember. And when you encounter an object of true, scarred biography, a worn-out favorite book, a piece of furniture passed down, a garden tool with a handle smoothed by a grandparent's grip, touch it as an archivist touches a manuscript. It is a relic of a different relationship between a person and a thing, one of longevity, repair, and earned familiarity. The goal is to cultivate a dual vision. See the object as it is convenient, useful, disposable, and see through it to the story it contains, the earth, the labor, the journey, the want. This practice changes the quality of your life. It slows consumption, because you begin to sense the true cost woven into everything. It deepens appreciation, because you are no longer interacting with inert stuff, but with crystallized effort and transformed matter. It fosters a sense of imbalance, pulling you out of the illusion of existing in a frictionless present. The ice chimney was an object, too. A constructed thing, that every settler who drew water from it knew its story because they had bled and shivered to build it. They knew the weight of each stone they placed. The object and its biography were one. You will likely never build the vessel that brings you water, but you can choose, deliberately, to remember that it was built. You can choose objects that still carry some whisper of their making, the craftsman's mark, the natural material, the evidence of human care. In this small, daily act of remembrance, You perform a quiet rebellion against the tyranny as the amnesiac object. You become a curator of stories in a world designed to make you a passive consumer of things. You honor the scarred bucket without having to bear its scars. You acknowledge the hunter's skin bag without having to hunt the seal. You understand the governor's polished hope without aspiring to his isolation. You find your own ethic of use, somewhere between the relentless pragmatism of survival and the careless abundance of power. It starts with a single conscious breath held over a simple cup of water. See the liquid. Then see the river, the pipe, the aquifer, the rain, the cloud, the ancient sea. See the cup. Then see the clay, the potter's wheel, the kiln, the truck, the shelf. For that moment, you are not just drinking. You are drinking in the whole story. And in that act, you become human again, not a terminal point of consumption, but a conscious node in the endless, flowing narrative of things. Consider the quality of light. On the frontier, winter light was a currency spent sparingly. The sun did not rise, it hesitated. A slow, gray seep along the horizon that never climbed high, as if afraid of the cold. It cast long, weak shadows that blew at and died within hours. This was not light to grow things by. It was light to see your breath by, to gauge the depth of a track in the snow, to confront the ominous, glassy sheen on a patch of ice ahead. This impoverished light reshaped perception. Color leached from the world, leaving a palette of whites, grays, and the mournful black of naked trees. In this monochrome world, the eye learned a new sensitivity. This subtle difference between the white of wind minus packed snow and the white of a soft, recent fall one could bear your weight. The other would swallow you to the thigh. The faintest blush of pink on a cloud was not aesthetic event. It was a weather report, foretelling a shift in the wind, a deepening of the freeze. For the settler, light was a schedule. The feeble dawn meant the first water trip must begin. The fading to pewter at midday meant the last trip must be concluded. Life was compartmentalized not by the clock, but by the sun's shallow arc. The long, deep blue of twilight was the time for mending, for story, for the silent labor of hands near the fire. Their bodies became attuned to this crepuscular rhythm. To waste light was to waste opportunity, to invite the peril of working in the blind, starless dark. For the ingenious hunter, light was a character in the story. The low-angled sun of winter threw the land into sharp relief, revealing contours and dips invisible in the flat light of summer. It was the best light for tracking, for reading the narrative of footprints in the snow. The long shadow time was its own season, with its own rules and gifts. The aurora borealis was not just a spectacle, its movement and colors were interwoven with stories of ancestors and animal spirits, a celestial dialogue. Light was not just illumination, it was information and myth intertwined. In the governor's mansion, light was conquered. Lamps fueled by imported way laurel or tallow pushed back the gloom. Candlelight gilded the edges of books and china. The windows, though double minus baned, were a concession to view, not necessity. Inside, it was always a soft, perpetual afternoon. The brutal economy of the external light, its scarcity, its warning tones was abolished. This artificial day created its own reality, one where time could be portioned by wind and appointment, not by the solar imperative. Now, step into your world. You have achieved the governor's dream on a civilization scale. You can summon light at any hour with a flick. You can banish night entirely. Your light is constant, uniform, and demand less. You work under fluorescent bars that mimic no sun that ever existed. You read by LEDs that emit a cool, shadowless glare. The natural progression from dawn to zenith to dusk is irrelevant to your productivity. We have won the war against darkness, but in that victory, we have desensitized ourselves to light's language. We no longer read the weather in the clouds at sunset. We check an app. We no longer feel the urgency of a shortening day. We just turn on more lights. We have lost the nuanced vision that comes from looking at a world rendered in minimal contrast. Our eyes are perpetually full, and thus perpetually hungry for the next stimulus. We are blinded by abundance. What might we recover? We can practice perceiving light as a quality, not just a quantity. Notice the exact gold of afternoon sun on a floorboard. Observe how storm light turns everything a dramatic greenish gray. Sit in real darkness, letting your pupils expand until the faint light from a window seems bright. We can, at times, surrender to the natural rhythm, rise with a winter dawn, even if we don't need to. Feel the psychological weight of early dusk and allow it to cue a turning inward, a quieting of tasks, same otter Nico of the fire minus side time. More crucially, we can consider the inner light we work by. The settler's inner light was the stark, narrow beam of focus, find water, carry it, don't die. The hunter's inner light was a diffuse, ambient awareness, taking in the whole field of signs. The governor's inner light was the lantern of strategy, illuminating schemes of control and comfort. What illuminates your choices? Is it the harsh, flickering strobe of urgency and panic? The flat, shadowless fluorescence of endless to minus do lists? Or can you cultivate a steadier, warmer source? A light of purpose, perhaps, or a light of curiosity. A light that allows for shadows, for depth, for the natural contours of a life to be seen. The frontier teaches that the kind of light available determines what can be seen, and therefore what can be done. Our challenge is that we have all the light, but we lack the clarity of vision. We are inundated with illumination and starved for insight. So experiment. For one evening, use only one lamp. Watch how the room changes, how shadows pool, how a single object can be singled out and honored by the light's fall. Walk outside at night without a flashlight, letting your vision adjust to the majesty of moonlight or the distance mirror of the Milky Way. Feel the gentle pressure of a rainy day's demons, and instead of fighting it with electric sun, lean into its invitation to reflection. In these acts, you are not retreating from progress. You are reclaiming a faculty. You are relearning how to see, not just to look. The long winter forced them to become connoisseurs of minimal light. Our long summer of artificial day challenges us to become connoisseurs of meaningful light, both without and within. For in the end, the goal was never just to see the ice. It was to see through the ice, to the dark, flowing water below. Our goal now is not just to see the screens and surfaces of our lives. It is to cultivate a light-take quality of attention that allows us to see through them to the dark, flowing meaning below. Consider the concept of time, not as a measure, but as a medium. In the deep cold, time thickened. It congealed around each action, making the journey to the river not of minutes, but of endured experience. There was clock time, of course the grim progression of the sun's shallow arc, but this was irrelevant. What mattered was task time, the span required to chop through a hand's breadth of ice. The duration of a warming fire made from precious, resinous spine knots. The interval between the numbness in your toes and the moment it became a permanent dull ache. This was time felt in the body, a calendar of accumulating fatigue. The future was an abstract, dangerous country. Planning extended only to the next task, the next meal, the next drawing of breath that didn't hurt. The past was a storehouse of techniques, of mistakes not to repeat. The present was an all-minus consuming totality. To be elsewhere in your mind was a luxury that could cost you a finger to frostbite or a misstep into a hidden crevasse. For the ANI, time was cyclical and layered. It was the returning path of the caribou herds, a loop inscribed on the land. It was the slow growth of lichen, the faster melt of spring, the long sleep of winter. Their stories did not speak of long ago in linear terms, that placed ancestors in a time when the rocks were soft, a mythical stratum that coexisted with the present. To hunt was to step into a cycle older than memory. Their punctuality was to the season, not the hour. Their patience was the patience of the predator who understands the rhythm of the prey, not the impatience of the clock-minus watcher. In the governor's quarters, time was linear and progressive. It was the march of administration, the date on a report, the schedule of supply envoys from the south. His time was quantified, divided, allocated. It moved toward goals, promotion, profit, the civilizing of the territory. He lived in the future tense, planning for next season's yields, next year's census. The present was merely a platform for these plans. The slow, thick time of the settler was a symptom of backwardness, something to be conquered with efficiency and discipline. Now, inhabit your own emperor-elites. Your time is perhaps the most abstract of all. It is digital, precise, and mercilessly fragmented. It is a grid of time zones on a screen, a cascade of calendar notifications, a countdown in the corner of a presentation. It has commodified time as money, and yet it feels perpetually scarce. You are asked to be in multiple tenses at once, responding to the past emails, managing the present meetings, and forecasting the future projections in the same frantic hour. You are drowning in time minus saving devices that seem to save no time at all. You have conquered the long, empty stretches that define the settler's day, only to fill every second with cognitive traffic. Your relationship with time is often one of anxiety, a feeling of slipping behind an invisible, accelerating schedule. What can the frontier teach us? It teaches that time is not just a resource to be spent, but a landscape to be inhabited. The settler could not hurry the ice. He had to surrender to its time. In that surrender, he found a brutal form of presence. The hunter could not summon the caribou. He had to align his time with its time. In that alignment, he found a deep form of atonement. Our sickness is that we try to force all of time into our own frantic, linear schedule. We try to make the internet answer instantly, make traffic dissolve, make growth happen quarterly. We are at war with the inherent, varying tempos of the world, the slow time of healing, the cyclical time of relationships, the patient time of learning a craft, the sacred time of rest. The healing is to practice temporal pluralism, to recognize that different tasks, different states of being require different qualities of time. There is task time like the settler at the ice hole. Give yourself fully to a single, demanding activity without looking at a clock. Let the work dictate the duration. There is cyclical time like the hunter. Observe and honor the natural rhythms in your own life, your energy cycles, the creative seasons, the need for fallow periods. Not every day can be a harvest. There is deep time. Allow yourself to ponder things that stretch beyond your own lifespan, historical forces, geological change, the future of a forest you planted. This shrinks daily anxieties to their proper size. There is timeless time. Create pockets where clock time is banished. In contemplation, in play, in intimacy, in the absorption of art. Here, you touch the eternal present that both the settler and the hunter knew in their focused states. You cannot abandon the clock entirely. The modern world runs on it, but you can build your own ice chimney for time a protected, insulated space where a different, more humane tempo is preserved. This might be the first hour of your day, screen minus less. A long walk without a podcast. An afternoon dedicated to a single, meandering project. In these spaces, you are not being inefficient. You are changing the medium you swim in. You are trading the thin, frantic time of the digital stream for the thick, nourishing time of the deep aquifer. The long winter forced a brutal, involuntary magnificence onto its subjects. Our challenge is to cultivate a voluntary, gentle magnificence within a world screaming for our seconds. We must become stewards of our own temporality, as they were stewards of their precarious hours. For time, in the end, is the water in which we live. They struggled to extract it from the frozen river. We struggle to keep from drowning in a flood of it. The lesson is not to master time, but to learn its different states, to know when to break its surface ice with focused effort, when to float in its cyclical currents, and when to simply be still, suspended in its clear, deep, silent presence. Consider the body as a document. In the relentless cold, the body was not a possession, but a report. It filed constant dispatches to the mind, a sharp ping in the knee meant a change in atmospheric pressure, a precursor to storm. The tightness across the shoulders was a ledger entry for the weight of water hauled yesterday. The stomach's hollow ache was not just hunger, but a precise gauge of remaining stores. The body's language was urgent, literal, and could not be ignored. To be out of touch with one's body was to die. Its boundaries were porous. Cold seeped in through every seam. Breath crystallized on bearded lashes, annexing the body's warmth to the outer air. The line between self and environment was a contested frontier, fought over with layers of wool and constant movement. The body was a fortress under perpetual siege, its walls breached by wind, its heat stolen by the ground. For the settler, the body was primarily a tool. Its value was in capacity to swing, to carry, to endure. It was calibrated for output, its health a matter of communal economics. A sprained ankle was not a personal misfortune, it was a deficit in the labor pool. It was hardened, scarred, reshaped by its tasks, knuckles broadened, posture permanently angled against the wind, gait adapted to snow. It was a working animal, respected for its strength, mourned for its failure. For the A.N.I. hunter, the body was an instrument of perception. It was tuned to the landscape. The slight prickle on the skin could signal the nearness of an animal unseen. A subtle quickening of the pulse might arise not from fear, but from a deep, subconscious recognition of a significant place. The body was not separate from the mind or the spirit. It was the medium through which the world spoke. Its stamina was not just for labor, but for the stillness of observation. Its senses were not five, but many, intertwined with intuition and taught knowledge. In the governor's mansion, the body was a project. It was to be kept comfortable, clean, and presentable. Its discomforts were inconveniences to be solved with thicker carpets, warmer baths, finer clothes. It was a site of display, its posture and attire communicating status. Its relationship with the environment was one of insulation. The goal was to make the body forget it was in Siberia. It was to experience as little as possible of the actual world outside, to live in a curated sensory bubble. Now, contemplate your own corpus. For many, the modern body is a paradox. It is simultaneously hyper-minus visible sculpted in gyms, curated on social media, diagnosed by wearables and profoundly ignored. We are flooded with data about its steps, heart rate, calories, yet often deaf to its simpler, more meaningful signals: the tension of stress, the slump of exhaustion, the quiet pang of loneliness that manifests physically. We seek to control it, optimize it, decorate it. But we rarely listen to it as an intelligent field of awareness. We treat it more like the governor's project than the settler's to lure the hunter's instrument. We medicate its complaints instead of investigating their origins in our lives. We sit for hours, defying its design for movement, then punish it with intense, compensatory exertion. We have achieved the governor's dream of insulation, but at the cost of a vital dialogue. Our bodies are no longer porous to the natural world. They are sealed in boxes of climate-controlled air, interacting with reality through glass screens and processed food. The primal urgent reportage has been replaced by the low-grade static of sedentary discomfort and digital distraction. So, how do we recover the body's wisdom without surrendering our comfort? We must practice becoming porous again, on our own terms. Engage in deliberate sensation. Stand outside in weather without rushing. Feel the rain, the wind, the sun not as annoyances, but as textures, temperatures, pressures. Let your body remember it is part of an atmosphere. Practice task-based awareness. Instead of mindless exercise, undertake a physical task with full attention. Chop wood, knead dough, garden. Let your body learn the intelligence of the tool in the material. Feel the muscles engaged, the rhythm established, the satisfaction of tangible result. Learn the language of interior signals. When you feel an ache, a flutter of anxiety, a surge of restless energy, pause. Don't just react. Inquire. What is the body trying to say? Is it trained? Is it hungry for movement, for rest, for connection, for purpose? Establish the body-community link. Recognize that your physical well-being is not a private hobby. It affects your capacity to contribute, to care for others, to participate. Your vitality is a communal asset, as it was for the settler. The frontier body knew its fragility absolutely, and knew the price of a mistake in the cold. Our modern bodies often feel abstract until they break down. Then we are shocked by our own mortality. The practice is to integrate these truths to honor the body as the resilient, perceptive tool it can be, while accepting its ultimate vulnerability. To use its strength without exploitation. To heed its whispers so we avoid its screams. They live with the body as a constant, demanding companion in an unforgiving dialogue. We have the luxury of forgetting our bodies for long stretches. This is a privilege, but also a peril. For in the silence of that forgotten dialogue, we can lose not just our health, but our very sense of being here, embodied participants in a tangible world. The ice they chopped was real. The water they carried was real. The ache in their bones was real. Your world is no less real, but your interface with it has become perilously abstract. To drink a glass of water without the journey is a gift, but to live a life without ever feeling the journey of your own breath, the strength of your own lift, the solidity of the ground under your feet, is to live as a ghost in the machine of your own comfort. Let your body write its report. Sit still and feel the weight of your own existence. Then move, and feel the miracle of its cooperation. You are not a governor in a mansion, nor a settler in the snow. You are the inheritor of both their lessons. Inhabit your body with the settler's respect for its labor, the hunter's trust in its perception, and the governor's gratitude for its shelter, for it is the only vessel you have for this long, strange, beautiful journey. And it remembers, in its very cells, the taste of every winter it has ever survived.